what scenes we got. I believe. Yeah, we got sound? No sound? Sound? I really hate these mics. Alright, let's pull the stream up and get a laptop on this business. Oh, I see something popping, hopping in chat. We're gonna throw the quack book up here for a monitor. Good evening, Mr. Chris. Hopefully you can hear me. It shouldn't be quiet, but if it is, I don't doubt I messed something up somewhere along the way. Oh. Wow, I would be a dead man right now if this Mac power cable was a deadly snake. Alright, let's get my monitor up. $245, two. Alright. Oh, yeah, and let's see if our cameras are working today, too. Let's run through some stuff. Alright, what is that? Microscope? Yes, that is a microscope camera. I'm looking at Flakeboard, and that's me. Okay, yeah, that's me. So we have that up. What is this? That's me, that's what we're working on, and that is a microscope cam. Okay. And we have just that. I thought I had... Oh well. No big deal. Oh. Would be... There we go. That's the scene I was looking for. That's what you get for shifting them all around. Audio, YouTube just didn't want to use it. Oh, okay. There is audio? YouTube just didn't want to use the audio? That's weird. I mean, I can see that I have audio here. However, I'm not liking what I'm seeing. Let me add a little gain to the matter, unless the levels are good. Actually, I'm gonna throw headphones on and listen to myself. Just got to get my wannabe Chromebook up and running. All right. Let's see if this genuinely works. USB-C to an audio adapter. Man, I hate MacBooks. They're so finicky. Alright. Input, output, nope, not detected. Alright, so we're not monitoring this with no headphones today. Alright, doing, who is this, Micro, is that Micro Mage Repair? Is that a newer logo? Micro? I don't, maybe I haven't seen it for a while. I'm just not, I didn't think that was it. I guess I could be 100% wrong. Little avatar. Alright, gonna do a quick sound check. Hopefully mute my mic and not feed back into it, but we'll see. Alright, let's try that there. We should have a little bit better levels there. Yes, no? I'm gonna make people deaf tonight on this one. Alright, let's get to it. Let me mute this damn thing. The audio was there. Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I don't do lav mics very often live. It's what I've been trying to use, but I don't do personal live stuff very often. Alright, we got some fuel. Well, we got a delay now. Where are we at now with sound? Alright, I think that's as far as I can push it without low still, but better? Okay. Well, thank you guys for helping me sort it. What is it, 3? Locks in. Alright, yeah, we're getting close to clipping, at least in OBS. So hopefully that's doable sound-wise. I'm going to get to work on this thing. End of the day, let's see if we can figure out what's going on with it. We're going to need, hopefully, some of what I have here to help us along the way. Let's get this silly lid out of the way, and then I'll grab my paperwork here in one moment. We can check this thing out. I absolutely hate these cases, and if there are any Mac fans that catch this before or after, steer clear of these clip-on plastic cases. They utterly destroy the finish on your laptop. Alright, so here is our problem and what we're looking at. Just let me cover up this customer's info. Problems with keypad, please try not to lose pictures. Okay, my granddaughter spilled a little water on the keypad. Define a little, because I'm not so certain I know what a little is. I mean, my definition of little may be different than this guy's or his granddaughter's. Alright, with that, let me get this out of the way and I'm going to get started on this. So we spilled a little water on this. Let me look at the paperwork also. I need to see one other thing. Okay, so we don't have a password listed, which that's no problem. I'm going to grab my adapter. I don't know what type of battery I have in, and that is much better than the option that the customer provided us with. I did tell him to, despite what he was charged for this at another place, to get a different adapter. I don't know all junk brands. Yeah, we got a guest user, and this one, let's see what we can do with guest. Gonna jump in and do a keyboard test to see if, I mean, so far, I don't know if it's alive or dead. So we have partial keyboard working. Yeah, okay, yeah. No T. No delete. Backspace works. Or forward slash. Whatever, backslash. So it seems we have partial keyboard working. Yeah, MacBooks, I hate them. But it is what it is. This guy wants it fixed, and we got one or two roads we can go down. So I can't even connect to Wi-Fi, being that we only have a partial keyboard working, to jump on and do like a keyboard test. But I know already, just from the brief bit of typing I did, we don't have T functioning, we don't have delete functioning. So delete T, and who knows what else. So we're going to shut down and take a look at this thing. Yeah, that's fine. I'm a guest user. Shut it down and get rid of my files. This had been in another shop a few years back, according to the customer. So let's see what it is, what there is, what there isn't. Partial function too, yeah, it definitely could. I want to see what, being that allegedly water was spilled on it, I want to see what state it's in. We're going to take a look at it in here. And see what we have under the hood. We're missing quite a few screws too. I forgot to count and point out which ones we're missing, but we'll out of 10 screws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 out of 10, so we're missing a long one and 3 little ones. It's not too bad. I mean, a little bit of buildup. No actual signs of anything burning that are evident. But of course, when is anything shorted and burning? Always poking his head right out. Not for this guy. Alright. No size on my bits, so I don't know what size. I just know this is the one I use for inside MacBooks. Okay, so we're missing a screw from the battery. Alright. I'm just looking around here. I'm going to point out stuff as I go. So we're missing that screw from the battery. We have the other the other 4 are in place, so I guess that's a good thing. So we had some type of liquid rip part of the, is that battery in that area? No, that's just part of the housing for the battery. Blinded. Alright, perfect. What is that? Something jammed down in there? It guesses people, what the hell is that jammed down in between the battery? Just some gunk? This by far is not our problem, but I kind of want to know what that is. Just adhesive? Is that what it purports to be, what it looks like? Just some adhesive junk down in there? Yeah, just adhesive with some dirt stuck to it, and who knows what else. It's clearer once you get under the scope. The clarity on the scope is a bit different than what you see on a monitor, I think. Alright. Scope away, we're going back here. It's at least away for right now. So we've got part of that ripped off. We have some evidence of liquid there. Not important, but it's there. Right along the edge of our trackpad. What is that? As far as the board goes, the board looks, at least the trackpad board looks immaculate. I have to test this. I got 2 other MacBook Airs here of my old ones. I have to know how a trackpad on one of these functions. Alright, it's supposed to click. Supposed to click, and let's get one that's closer to the year that we're actually looking at. And just be sure, because I'm not great at stating what it is I'm working on unless typing it in a description. This is an A1466 EMC 2632. How most people would refer to it, and then we'll check out the board number. But I believe, what is this, a 2012? Either a 12 or 13. This is going to be closer to what we're looking at. And it's currently on. Well, let's pull my battery. Yeah, so that's a more similar model than my 2015. Okay, so this is a 2012, or probably a 13, maybe 11. Going by the hard drive, but to answer that question, trackpad is clicky. It's not a force touch one. This one barely clicks. Like, there's no click to it. You have to hammer on it, tap it. So we'll take a look at that. And see why it's not. Just busted, gunked up, who knows. All right, let's start tearing. One way we could test this, it's gonna go one of 2 ways, I think. Or the third way, where I absolutely burn everything and have to replace the computer. Let's point out what I noticed. So we had screws missing out of the bottom. We had a screw missing out of the battery. Just taking quick stock of everything. Screw missing, another screw missing, screw missing. Looks like they put the screws in there. Oh my goodness. Alright. I'm not going to zoom in with the camera, but we'll pull the scope back out. This one. Jeez. So, taking a look here. This is... That's 100% wrong. That is the hinge area. On the back, it's pretty filthy. Is that two Phillips and one Torx? Alright, so we have 2 Phillips and 1 Torx. Here's the other side, which is... So we have 2 Torx and 1 Phillips. How do you do that? And then just trying to show. We have that screw missing. The screw by the fan, or for the fan, the screw there. That screw there. And our rubber gasket is just mangled crazy. More importantly, let's take a look at our board. That's what I wanted to do, is take a look at our board. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all these screws quick and set them out of the way so we can slide this around under here and take a little bit closer look at the PCB. It's on there a bit weird. Is that factory? I don't think so. Is that electrical tape, or what is that? So we got some crusty stuff there. Let's keep looking. I just want to see what this side of the board looks like. Because I really don't think it's a board problem. We could unplug the keyboard and see it boot up slow. Actually plug another one in and see if that just resolves the issue. That'd be a quick test. But while we're here, if we can clean up the board and prevent any future corrosion, why not? So I just pulled the SSD out. Not much under it. Yeah, we're gonna do some cleaning on this thing. Let's go around and clean some stuff up. Oh boy, that's right, we're in a live environment here. I gotta answer this, so give me one moment. Well, let's see who it is. I may not have to. Oh yeah, give me a second here, people. I can't imagine what the issue would be outside of that, unless it's just physically, yeah, breaking down. But just do like the basics for a cleanup, and yeah, you'll access that through, like, if you hit like the little start icon in the bottom left corner of Windows 10, and it pops up with like the power button and the gear. Go in through the settings there. You don't need to go in the old way, like through control panel, but go into the actual Windows 10 settings and reset your network settings there. See if that lets it get you to your site where you can provision those satellites and that. Right. Isn't there any testing you can do at home, or like link up to one to like test a line or anything? Or you don't have satellite at home? Well, there you go, man. Yeah, let me know. You have my cell phone number, correct? Yeah, if you want to write it, it's the same. It's all. All right, John. Thanks for calling, bud. I'll see you. Bye. All right, here's a serious. This is a serious question. Total experiences replacing the keyboard on one MacBook. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do here, but I think we're also going to clean the board up. But here's a serious question. Has anybody seen The Simpsons? Like, you know what I'm talking about. The cartoon, the animated series. The Simpsons, right? There's a bus driver on there, Otto, the dude with the headphones and the hat. That guy that just called looks exactly like him, minus headphones and hat and yellow skin. But sounds like him, talks like him, looks like him even. I wish he would have came in instead of called. You would have seen the real life Otto. Alright, so let's continue. Where were we with this thing? It was looking pretty grimy. Man, just the... This does not remind me of water. This reminds me of Lucky the Dang Thing Turns On. Where were we? Did we make it past that? I believe we did, but we'll... Yeah, we did right there. That's when I'm like, alright, we're going to clean this thing. Cable around the display port, or that little protective thing so it doesn't connect with the pins, looks good. But it does look pretty... I mean, it's not bad, just a little dirty on some of those pins. Wow. Is that the normal color of that thing, or is that... It's like a... Yeah, it is. Okay, gold. Alright, well, let's see if we can not break this thing tearing it down. Where are we going? Where did I... Yeah, we'll go there. Alright, let's start tearing it down. Hopefully not break it on the way. I really don't want to strip the keyboard out of this thing, but like... if we have to, huh? If we have to, right? Let's work on getting this more into the scene. How's that? I absolutely hate these things, but you know. Give me one that's not chopped to bits. Where did the broom go? Broom, broom. Took you hours to do that? Yeah. It shouldn't take hours. Like, I'm just going to unplug this. We're going to test a new keyboard, see if we can type in my full Wi-Fi password. If it is, I'm going to say it's cured, and then we'll obviously boot it up and do a Mac keyboard test. But yeah, these I don't like these things at all. And we're missing a bunch of the screws, so we have to figure out what screws go where with what they replaced. I don't know that I have any extra motherboard screws, which I may just tear some out of my 2012 to put through to hold the motherboard in. I don't like that there's that many screws missing on it, so we'll try and get this thing back together as best we can. I do have a few screws for the bottom, so we can replace those easily enough. What a mess. Alright, so let's go ahead and show this. I think this is worth noting. When you see people working on MacBooks online, and they're just like tearing through and unplugging. Here's one of them, and anybody that does this, you know without a doubt like what it entails. But here's one of those tiny little ribbon cables that you have to lift the latch up, and once the latch is up, then you can take and pull your cable out. Let's see if we can get it with tweezers. Yeah, no, it's just gonna give us a hassle trying to do it with tweezers. So let's do that. That even had, is that gunk, or did it just grab and it was ripped? Tell me that was ripped part way loose at one point. It was. Look at the wow. Just look, I know it's blurry, but look at this thing, man. What did they do to that? I've never seen one of those dug up that bad. That's probably its only only sense of staying stuck in place. That right there. Let me get my glove finger under control here. Man, that's rough. Bust that little tab off. I don't want those breaking off inside the this connector. That's where we're going to knock them off outside it. That's insane that they went to that level. It looks like a straight yank out. All right, let the carnage continue. So that's basically going to fall right out of there at a certain point. This might be it. Let's take our DC board out, see if it is ready. Actually, I take that back. It may come out, it may not. This is the microphone that we just unplugged that ribbon cable to, and it just runs over and connects. Right there. And I believe it's a, what do they call those? The ones that get rid of noise? Well, I think it's one of those type mics. And it felt like the noise isolation. That's just a piece of electrical tape. They just cut a piece of electrical tape to, oh, I see why. Because they don't have a latch. The latch got broken. I suppose that's one way of doing it. Fuck's sakes, man. What happened to this thing? What on earth happened to it? Let's throw it in the pile and continue to tear down. I'm going to speed this up a little just because I want to see an end to this today. But still, you got to admire the handiwork of the last one in here. Are we still bolted down in one place or none? Oh, we are. Okay, well, damn, thankfully they didn't lose that screw. I don't know if it's the right screw that's... Look at that. So at this point, I have 2 screws holding the whole rest of that motherboard in and a few ribbon cables. Fuck, man. And this thing here was clamped in I don't know what fashion. That, there's no fucking way. Shut up. Don't you just love these days? Alright, so let's take a little look-see here. That is where the other side of our, if we can see that, our heat spreader, heat pipe, it was kind of bent out of shape. I don't think that's supposed to be bent way down like that, but I could be wrong. Probably to go over those wires and pinch them like that. And actually cut through the insulation on the outside. Look at that. No doubt. It was cut through. It was pinched. We'll see if we can slide the piece that's on there, or perhaps put a new piece on. Alright, let the madness continue. So the opposing side, sorry about that bright flash, anybody watching in the dark. The opposing side of the DC board looks good. I'm not too worried about anything there. Not that I would be. We have a hell of a lot of liquid though. We gotta disconnect some more cables. I don't like having to check everything like this, but damn, I want to see if the latches are there. Like, this is a little crazy. Yeah, let's see. So that one's there. We have a latch. We have a latch. And there should be a... Is there a backlight? Or is that on the Pro? And then our Wi-Fi wires. No, that would be the backlight. Okay, it's not the snap-on kind. Hey man, these latches you just lightly lift. You don't have to actually disconnect them from the board like unplugging something from a wall outlet. You know, the little latch can stay there. I don't know what the... They can be finicky though. Broke the end off one of the Wi-Fi cables. It went back to the customer with a USB dongle. How did you mean? Wait, what do you mean? The end off the cable? Like the little snap down part? Phil? I don't know why I'm throwing them anywhere different. It's all the same madness right now. Are we still stuck to anything we should not be? Oh yeah, Wi-Fi. Derp. Almost ripped those loose. Good evening, Phil. Phil Brown. Just noticed you were here. So we have other stuff. Damn, we gotta figure out where all this stuff goes. They just like threw this back together. Now we can take a look at the other side of the board and give this a quick clean while it's here, hopefully. And then we're gonna take and plug the keyboard in, and if it starts working at that point, we have a mess to contend with under here. Nope, that's one big long piece. So we got to put heat shrink over that, unless we want to try and slide the whole thing. Oh, and fucking hinges though, man. I mean, they had a theme: 2-in-1, 2-in-1, 2 Phillips, 1 Torx, and 2 Torx and 1 Phillips, like that. I don't get it. Fuck's sakes. All right, let's go with the board first, and then we'll get to the keyboard part. How do we clean this? Should we IPA in a brush or throw it through the ultrasonic? Ultrasonic's a little scary. It could probably do more harm than good at this point. Alright, back to the scope. Take a look. This is the last thing for what time is it too? Can I officially lock my door? I can, but we'll keep it open for now. Okay, so we already looked at one side of this board, correct? Let's do this. Get a slight bit of vignetting there, but I can at least flip it over and fuck, man, how do they do that? Flip it over and take a look at the reverse side of the board. As I said, the board doesn't look terrible. There's a few spots I'm just going to brush up with some IPA and clean up. Nothing nothing to really note. A few spots where it's crusty. And obviously water other, or liquid other than water made it, wow. Made its way onto this thing. Alright, so just a few spots we'll take. Let's get out of there. We've looked at the board, we'll clean it, and then start on the rest. So, trackpad could be, I already read that. I'm rereading stuff now. Could be a trackpad. Still didn't hear how you broke the end off the Wi-Fi cables. Phil, if you're listening. I've never ripped the end off the cables personally myself, but what I have done many times is that this little ass thing on the board, I've ripped those off of laptop motherboards. They're not connected very great on laptop boards, and especially when you get into like FPV gear for like RC flying and whatnot. Some of the transmitters and receivers, the antennas. If you're dealing with antennas, even with the control ones, they're not soldered on there real great. Anyhow, moving on. Let's where to go? Did I have it out today? Oh no, a guy lost his IPA. Help. Help. There it is. I don't know whether to trust that, hit it with the iron quick and some flux to actually clean it. We'll give it a scrub first, try and knock some of this stuff loose. And if we have to, we'll buzz over it with the iron. I think that was the bad spot on this side. We're gonna clean all that crap out of there. The more I look at this, the more I think, damn, I should just be done with it and put it through the ultrasonic. I'm trying to prevent any future corrosion, but I tend, I don't know, I really, maybe a stupid way to view things. I don't want to say mixed, but a stupid way to view it. If the board's functioning, I don't really see the sense in putting it through that, you know. And if you're going to on a working board, I would just do it for 30 seconds, a minute, and not at a super high heat, especially on a laptop board. But that's my 2 cents on the matter. My 2 cents is usually 2 cents short and way, way wrong. I don't know, I don't feel like throwing this thing through the ultrasonic. Just do a little buffing that we can do with a toothbrush IPA and then possibly some flux in our iron. But the board will look pristine if we do it. Let me see this. Is that normal? No, it's not. Boss's sons, it was a freebie during work hours anyway. No slack to the connector, pulled it a bit hard and ping, nice, yeah. Yeah, and you get them cables nice and tight. What do we say? Do we ultrasonic this thing? Fire it up, and while we're sitting here doing the other work, we can get this board looking pristine. Do we do that gamble of throwing a working board through the ultrasonic? Or do we just buff it by hand? Get our iron and crap out. Whatever the heck that was. So I just flipped this thing 180 how I was looking at it. I was looking at it this way, I believe. Yeah. So we did those right there, and then came over and saw that blob that was stuck there. Whatever, it's staying. I'm not playing with it. I'm trying to peel these little stickers off. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare if we do it. There's what we wanted. Actually, that board won't fit in here. What am I thinking? Well, we can still use it. We just can't put the board in. But we can use the alcohol that's in here to keep clean out our brush a little. So I don't, like I said, I don't want to throw it through the ultrasonic, so we're just going to take and hit it with some, get it crazily wet with IPA, take an airline to it, let it sit and dry out while we do the determination with the keyboard. There are a few spots, like I said, other than what I showed on scope, that I just want to do address and clean up. And this should hopefully prevent any of that from going further for the gentleman, the owner. What do we knock off? I know where that goes. And our bad spots on this side, I have to find them again. Right there. Where's that other one? Oh, I always forget them on the scope. There, we'll flip over. As long as we have most of the thermal compound off, I'm moving on from this board and getting to the keyboard portion. We do need to let this dry. We're going to airline it real quick. I will mute for that just because that makes one heck of a racket. Hey, Dad, I just saw your message there. Sorry if I missed it as soon as you pop up. How are you this evening? It's late for you, without a doubt. Dang, this thing is falling to bits. It's okay. Clean that off and stick down what we can. Give me one moment. I'm going to go take the airline to this soaking board. Let me mute this mic. Alright. Discord, by the way. What? Zoman? Okay, Discord. I don't hop on Discord too much. I probably should be on it more than I am. Alright, we got a mess to clean up on the mat so we can quit spreading IPA around. Swapped out to some new gloves because we had absolutely a ton of what was on this board on it. Let's set that out of the way and attempt to clean this up. Chunk of solder. Alright, we're good. Oh yeah, Chris made a post in Discord. I think Chris did that, or somebody did. I believe Chris. But yeah. See, here's the thing with Discord. I don't understand it at all, and inevitably, I don't know that I do, but I always feel like I jump in some channel, and my mic connects for whatever reason, and it's like I'm talking where I shouldn't be talking, or jumping in on people's conversations if there's anybody talking. That's, I don't know. I'm not great with software. What do we think about this Wi-Fi card? What do we say about that? Give that a good... Fuck is that? You're not convincing me any of this is water. I'm sorry, granddaughter. Or grandfather. Whoever, whatever your relationship be. You're not convincing me that... Fuck. The Wi-Fi card is... Do we even dare lift that up and look underneath? I think we got to while we're here. Yeah, sorry, that's not. That's not water. Alright, away we go. Let's give her a clean. Where'd the juice go? Did anybody see it? Alright, who's drinking it? Who took the alcohol and is drinking it? Let's give it back. I won't tell. I hate to think what's under this EMI shield here that's soldered on. I'm not going to lift that, but we will take and scrub along here to try and get that tacky, sticky liquid out that's in there, and try not to burn the rest of our info off the card. There's even sticky shit along there. The short conversation I had with this guy, he wasn't looking to getting another laptop, even though this one's old and probably going to start acting pretty funny with the internet of today from a 2012 or 13 computer. So, but yeah, he wasn't looking to get anything newer. So, we'll refurb this one, not refurb, but clean it up, get the keyboard functioning, and while we're in here, we'll try and make sure that none of the corrosion found goes any further, so we can at least use it to the end of its life, hopefully. This could go all sideways, and if it does, I brought 5-gallon of gas and a fresh box of matches from the hotel up the street. We're just going to burn it all. Alright, good enough. Dad, says 6 conversations. I have about 5 or 6 conversations constantly going on with myself, not including other people. You want me to jump in and manage that? Oh my goodness, I'll be totally lost. Alright, we have the pieces. We can put them back together at some point. That's Wi-Fi. We'll throw it over there. Our little sticky foam pads, we'll put them back on in due time. I want to take a look in my MacBook at this piece because I don't believe that's supposed to be bent so severely. And it's got sticky crap all over it. Funny enough, it isn't clogged up, so I haven't got that issue to clean up, so let's wipe that off now. It's like there must be 5 or 6 guys in my head arguing about a Reuben sandwich and who gets it on a daily basis. That seems to be the debate. It's ready to go down. Let's clean the rest and move towards the job I don't want to do, the blasted ass keyboard. So I think it's going to be the keyboard. As I don't know who said it, was it Micro earlier, said about the trackpad can cause issues. We still got to clean that up. Cause partial non-functioning with the keyboard. However, I don't think that's the case in this one. But we will be happy to sort out any trackpad issues if we apply new keyboard, and that leaves us stuck with still partial functioning. But in this instance, my experience with MacBook Airs, at least the A1466 series, I don't know about the 11-inch ones, is partial functioning usually points to the keyboard needing replaced. As far as I know, there's no board level thing that we're going to be able to take and repair, replace, that's going to get those couple keys working. We need to soak this, and then I'm going to go hit it with the airline super quick if there's any pressure left. Alright, back to the matter at hand. As I said, I don't think that is supposed to be bent like it is. Let's take a look. I don't want to tear this thing down, but I'm going to try and peek in by this rubber thing. Yeah, no. No, it's not supposed to be bent anywhere close to the way it is. Judging by this one I have here that's built the same way. I may end up stripping a few screws out of this one. It's an old 2012, and I'll just order a set in for that. But we'll strip some screws out of it to get this thing put back together more proper. Man, that's going to be a super sketch putting that back. I don't want to bend the heat pipe. That can't be right, I'm sorry. Just how that's all ripped apart right there. going to take our pliers, and this is going to be very hard to see. I'm going to take our pliers and put them across and try and flatten that dip out some. Just a real long needle nose. There we go. Alright, another part done. Where do we go? Trackpad. And keyboard. Getting this one out is always fun. You have it's kind of hidden in under here. You have to like lift the ribbon up, and there is like adhesive holding that together. I never really pried apart, but you pick it up and then there's a latch there you can flip up. And then your keyboard is free. And the keyboard replacement process on these is just madness. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I'm going to try and hurry to it. People always show them in edited videos are really sped up. We're doing a real-time one today because I don't have no fast forward on this. You're savage, Chris. You are tired after the night you've had. What am I not looking at what those are? Oh my, we dirty around this trackpad. Let's take a quick look at that. If we can get it to grab the focus point. So we got grit basically around all four sides. We're going to clean that out. And then that front part there as well. Get that nice and clean. Our little rubber bumper thing is still there, so that's good. And as I said, where's the microscope cam? The board. I mean, right around the hinges, there's some, looks like corrosion. This trackpad board, from what I can see, some of the pins on that big square I see right there with the blue dot on it. They don't look great, but I'm not going to mess with that. Yep. Say it's good. We'll clean the edges off and go back and clean that out and then get to our keyboard. Can I borrow your chisel? Why? I need to replace a MacBook keyboard. That's funny. Yeah. I actually made a new order just in case for this job. If I had to go down that road, I would have them here. So I bought a 3-pack. There's a rubber band around it, but I bought a 3-pack of the Hacko micro cutters. I have an old set that have been used for years, and I had to get these three of these for like $10 or maybe $18 or something. Not bad cutters. You're gonna need something like this to strip one of the keyboards out of these. So I brought a new set to the shop. The old set I kept at home, but I brought them down for doing stuff like this, plus one new set, and then gave a set to the wife, and then I have a set for projects at home. Yeah, I bought a 3-pack, super cheap. I burnt through a couple pairs of the cheap ones, just blades chipping. I actually was cutting something that I shouldn't have too thick, and the whole blade snapped off of one. Not on those ones, but off of a cheap set. So I just buy the Hacko brand ones. They seem to work a little better than the cheapies that you can get, you know, like a 5-pack for $9. But some people want more tool for their money, so there's that route to go too. But yeah, chisel's right. Like, I'm not even kidding there. Dude, there's so much stuff around this keyboard. Or trackpad, I'm in awe of how much shit is actually jammed in here. Like, too much. So yeah, put a new order in just in case we had to go that route with this, and it looks like we're going to. Absolutely hate doing these jobs. And as I said, if that we do have to strip the keyboard out, I'm fairly certain we do. I always see them in edited videos, never live, and we're not racing toward that goal line anyhow. I was seeing how quick we can do it because I'm cleaning every damn thing else up in this system that had just a little water spilled on the keyboard, you know. Just a little water was spilled on the keyboard. Not much. A little. Alright, fairly certain whatever that is, it's staying. Unless it softens up right here. That's good. It's not going to go nowhere or hurt anything. Actual corrosion along that point. Not that it matters, but, you know, just pointing it out. That's more like something water would... I don't know what all this shit is. IPA on that. I wonder if I shouldn't be using something like a cleaner to try and get rid of that brown. Let's get this sticky, tacky stuff off the back layer of this. Actually going to use a cleaner on this. Or something with solvent, more different solvent properties. All had screws, no rivets apparently, so you might be lucky. We'll see. If I pop this off and there's no rivets, that's a good day. But I fully expect rivets. So you can just feel how tacky this is when wiping this. Like some spots it's sticking underneath. Like when you press down on it, it tacks to the backlight. Let's see if something with solvent properties loosens this brown. Indeed it does. Right away. Awesome. Okay. So we will go through and clean it up. 100 plus screws counted. Fuck yeah, it's lucky, man. Lucky days. Hey, if we open this up and there's screws and not rivets, that's we're taking everything in my pocket, go and putting it all on black at the nearest wherever we can bet. But I don't think that's happening. Okay, so something other than IPA, we use, or I had just used Windex on this, has loosened that brown gunk up. Where IPA, you could just wipe and wipe and it would go nowhere fast. Yum. Now let's put this. Be right back. We'll see. I'll be here, sir. I'm not leaving. Alright, I think we played around with this thing long enough. I'm trying to get all the little bits of tack and stick and grit, everything out of that. Let's start looking to see what our future holds. If we have to put something back in there, it's going to be no fun, but we'll do it. The screw's magneted to it. Alright, let's start lifting this damn thing. And we ripped it right away. Oh well. We're fired. Gladly. I will leave now and let second shift finish this. Oh, wait, I'm it. I am second shift. Shit. I absolutely hate these backers. It's the waterproofing, you know. You can sink this thing down with the Titanic and it won't let the motherboard get wet. As long as you got this on there. third shift. That's just crazy. Yeah, that's just creating more work for me after I'm supposed to be at home, right? First, second, and third shift. Screwed. Yeah, it's funny when you're the funny situation when you're the mouse that's running on the wheel, keeping the lights on. Single solitary mouse. What are we stuck to? One more split there. If it'll lift up, that would be great. Don't rip, don't shred. So there's LEDs built into this, or stuck to it, and then the ribbon cable routes out through it. So that's why we're trying not to really rip it. I don't know if will the backlight lift off of there. This is the way I do them. I could be 100% wrong in my doings. So, but it's funny. That's where the lights are on these. If anybody wondered what I was up to here. And we got to stick this thing back down as well. Yeah, the moment of truth, the moment of it's somebody else's turn. That's not even fun in the least. You know what? Get out of here. Am I seeing screws? One, two, three, four. Let's try that before we go nutty. just another tiny screw device. If this is all screwed underneath here, then this will be the first one that I did with all screws. But I don't think... Get out of there, man. Timeout, Dad, for not chatting. Is that possible? Can you even do that? Alright, what screw are you? Tell me. Tell me your secrets. Yeah, I'm seeing a ton of screws, so maybe we got lucky. If lucky is what it is. Oh, that's right, you are. You do have God status in this chat. I forgot, Chris. Fucking backlight, man. Yep. All screws. Okay, so. Now again, that's trusting my old eyes and looking under there. I could be completely wrong. Dude, I'm wrecking that white layer. Ideally, you replace it, but that was not the option taken, even though I suggested. Some people like saving money, and saving money in some instances is just stupid. Can we pull this off easier with a little heat, or does it melt it? I don't think there's any place where we win pulling this off in one piece. Let's find out. Yeah, we're gonna run real low heat, high fan speed, super low heat, and try and just tack up the adhesive so it just wants to lift off. We're gonna try and do it from this side though. We're gonna try and send hot air through. Which side? Oh, I started this side. Okay. We have one spot stuck down here, and then we have the one spot that stayed, so we're going to have to remember to peel that and replace. We need the reflectiveness. Come on, man, just get out of there like all the rest. Disconnect. You have heat on you. Thank you. We have another rogue spot. It's trying to run away on us. Let's attempt to lift it here. You guys are talking about horses? Couple little pieces left behind for the most part. We got it. My best friend here at the shop, Cheapo. Can't be beat, man. There's much better alternatives out there, but none as faithful as Cheapo when it comes to burning the hell out of you. We would pull that stupid shit off of there. Let's start turning screws. Now we're getting a cold drink and a cigarette for this one. Chat set to top and not live. I probably do, man. I always forget that. Let me take and why is Dad causing trouble? Did I miss something? Let's go to live. I don't remember the one I did being that stuck down, but then again, the half ton of sand that was inside it probably soaked up the glue. Yeah, I always forget to go to live chat. Come on, man. YouTube noob. I signed up yesterday. It's my first live stream. Where is Dad? Anyhow, is he still hanging? Hanging tough? Have I shared them glue? Yeah, the white layer diffuses the backlight LEDs. But sadly, we gotta peel four pieces up and stick it back on that because that's going on the back of the new keyboard. Well, if it is a keyboard. If not, we just tore this apart. But I'm laying money on keyboard. Experience with the riveted models tells me that keyboard is going to fix our issue. Why would you step away from this design? And how do I want to say it? Rivet the damn... Alright, smoke and cold drink. Fuck this. We could have some coffee, right? Coffee? How much battery do I got? Oh, we got enough. We'll switch over here in a bit. I'll drink the no rivets. Yeah, lucky me, huh? It's an awful noise, too. Whenever, awful noise whenever you're just cranking that keyboard off there. And you gotta go back and lift them all. Oh. But the peeling the keyboard off is just, like, that noise does not instill comfort when you're talking about electronic devices. More money spent in the Apple Store. Wait, I'm missing this conversation here. What do we got going on? Thankfully, sir, this laptop keyboard I have coming tomorrow includes the palm rest housing section, so I got to just unscrew 7 screws, pop off, then replace. Nice. Less repairability equals customer replacements, which in turn is more money spent in the Apple Store. Yeah, I can see that, man, but the only thing I've ever bought from Apple was not the metal one here. Where are we at? Not the metal old iPod, but an actual the iPod video, the plastic one, is an old 30 gig that I modded over to take an mSATA drive, and then I eventually took that out and put in an adapter for SD cards in the back of it. But that's the only thing I bought from from Apple. All the rest has been bought like off people. Now hold on a minute here, I could be wrong. We might be getting into rivet territory. Because there is, yeah, hold on a minute here. Yeah, there's screws around the whole edge, but none in the middle. So it's not all screws, it's a mix of both. Yeah, no, I know that. About the why I moved from screws to rivets. The last time I touched one of these to do anything extensive like this, I don't even know what year, what was it, 2017? 2015 maybe? I don't even know. It was years ago, last time I did a keyboard on a MacBook Air. I've got a loose capacitor over here off of a dead GTX 1050 Ti graphics card. But the capacitor is good. We should just add it to the MacBook board. Give it some extra power. We'll make it a MacBook Pro with the addition of that capacitor. It's 6:30. I'm turning my open sign off. Turning off my open sign and locking my door. Alright, here. We'll turn the open sign off. We'll flip the open sign to closed, but we'll leave the door open in case anybody shows up. They're welcome to come in. And Wife and kids, they're good. The 9-year-old's with her mother currently. And the boys, Elijah and Jay, are with their mom. I don't know what they're doing right now. And then there's me doing this awesome thing that you see in front of you. So we got to re-yank this. This is basically the same as an Air from what I remember, or a newer Air. I'm trying to remember if they're, no, I never ran into one. I know they have the screws on the edge, but I never ran into one where there were screws through the middle. That I've seen. I've never seen one with screws through the middle. In this case, this is from 2012. There's still not screws in the middle, so we're gonna yank this thing off of here. Are we ready? Those are all the best sounds you want on your laptop. Oh, I broke the space bar. Alright, we got a tough guy. Alright, brand new MacBook Air keyboard for sale. It's the hybrid spacebar model. If anybody wants it, it's for sale. 3 easy payments of $19.99.99, and this can be yours. We got to pull them pieces off there. Alright. Let's dump a bunch of loose pieces out of here. So those screws on this side they're not even tightened down on the they're not even tightened down on the hinge. This side is, but that side's not. Fuck. We got most of those. We're gonna have to go back and pull some out. That's okay. Let's just so we don't grind any grit into the screen, we're gonna clean this up, then we'll clean off our screen, fold it back shut, and go through with our cutters, pulling rivets so we have something to screw into. Where is the brum? The brum. What are we yakking about now? Do I have a replacement? Yeah. Definitely have a replacement. We can iron that one out. Yeah, definitely. We'll iron that one out. And that's going to be 3 easy payments of $29.99.99 though, if we iron it out. Unironed, it's $19.99.99. 3 payments. Who wants it? Hybrid spacebar. Hybrid spacebar. You know how they made that hybrid space bar? Something about cows, coconuts. You put one in the other. I think the cow and the coconut. You get hybrid. Although I don't think that works in practicality. But it could. This is 2022, damn it, we have the technology. Fuck, man, am I gonna have to yank my hinge screws out to put this poor dude's hinges back in place? Oh my god. Keep in mind, this came from another shop. It wasn't recently, it was years ago they worked on it. It hasn't been serviced since, but it is in the state it's in without anybody touching it since it left that shop. Fucking crazy. Oh my god. The amount of screws missing, the screws put in there that I don't even know. Throw that there. Let's dust this. Try and buff a little of that out, a little of the dirt off. We got to go around and clean that whole thing too, which is going to be a damn nightmare. But let's start popping it apart. Fuck, how do we do this? The plastic from the rivets sticking up through, you could just reform with the iron tip. No, man, most of them pulled out. Most of the rivets were yanked out. I mean, we have a few to pull out, but not near as many. Let's do it like that. We'll move our mat to us, maybe. There we go. Come on, pick up, don't cut. They're not actually are these plastic? I'm fairly certain they're not plastic, and they're aluminum. This is the part I hate here, the grab enough but not to cut, and just lever upwards a little. You have to grab it slightly more than what you're expecting, or it's just gonna cut. And then after you grab it, you just literally grab it somewhere from like the front to the middle. You can go toward the back if you want, and then, but if you do the front, you have more levering action. Grab it just enough, but not enough so it cuts that little tiny peg off. That's what we're yanking out of there right now. Is a bunch of those little tiny guys out of here. Like here, I'll try and give a close up. Actually, forget the stupid. Why are we being stupid about it? Let's get the scope over here, man. We'll see if we can get the scope involved in this one. Gotta kind of move things. There should be one where I can yank it out with the under the scope, I hope. Come on now, we ain't trying to have no messages popping in here. That one's loose, that one's loose. All right, we're gonna have to find, I may have to flip this up a little bit different. Okay, so I'm gonna get this over here where we can see it. We can definitely see that on screen. We'll focus it more. And here's basically what we're doing. We need the holes to look like that, where it's an, oh, you can't see it. Where it's an actual hole that we can run a screw down in. This has an aluminum peg sticking up. So we're gonna take and grab it, and then lever toward the back while pressing in front here. We don't want to bend the aluminum. And then we pop that little peg out, or rivet, and then we have screws that will go down in to attach our new keyboard. So yeah, that's what we have to do over and over for, well, all that there is to do. Let's make sure we're not missing any. We'll go row by row. All these were screws. We'll check here. Got one there. And we just cut it off like a fool. All right, let's grab it again, and we're running out of places to grab this thing. That one there might be staying. Ideally not, though. All right, we'll come back to it. Let's keep going. Borrow your chisel? Nah. Cost saving by using aluminum rivets instead of steel screws. I wonder what would cost more in this instance. These little parts that match what the body's made out of, or some steel screws. Come on, man. Get. What is that? What a messy affair. So I think we have that one stuck in there so far. Really going to take a moment and look over it. Screws around the edge, but let's check each row. There's a big peg here, but that's not one that comes out. I think that's for alignment. If the screws that are going through it holding it in place aren't alignment enough, we'll put that extra peg there. That's just to be sure, you know. Yeah, we said we have one stuck in there out of all those that ripped out initially, and we're going to try and get it out. I doubt we're going to get this one to pop. I would like to, since it's right by the space bar, but I'm not going to be surprised if I don't. Although we are going to try to really dig it out of there some way, somehow. Let's fold this shut and get our scope on it. If we can, we'll get the scope over here on that one and see exactly what mess we're dealing with. Where is it? Is it right there? That's the guy giving us trouble. So if we can see that we can get a grip on that and then give it some nice lever action, that's going to pop right out of there. Although there is not much left to grab whatsoever. But it's kind of hard to see, so we're going to see if we can get a grip on it. By also pressing down on the front of our cutters. Yeah, not a chance that's coming out. what else do we got? Who's got some ideas? How we popping that last one out? I really don't want to go in here with an X-Acto knife, being that the screen's right under there, but if we can cut somewhere for, or get into it and pry with this, I doubt it. What I'm trying to do right now is make somewhere for the cutters to grab it. Once we've snipped all those protruding edges off that are sticking up. Alright, let's see. Can we get in there? Can we grab this stupid thing? Let's clean our cutters off while we're here. Man, I really don't want to put a new pair up to this at all. But if we can get some type of grip on it with them, that would be phenomenal. Yeah, no, that's below what our flush cutters can grab. One is not a big deal. It's gonna pop right off, but wishful thinking, right? Of course. Let's finish cutting that off. Try and see if we can't dig it out some other way. Now we're cutting the aluminum up. I just want to get the rest of this out of there. I don't think it's important. Seeing how there would normally be a screw there, I just want to cut it down flat. So we'll try and do that and move on. straight one. This is the one that's going to end up damaging the screen you watch. I'm going to try and keep it on one of these. Yeah, I could. This is the last one. I had it that way for part of it, I believe, till we got to this blasted thing. We can still see the outline. I don't know what we're going to do here. I think we're going to see, I don't think the smallest bit I have on site. Let's find out. Yeah, the smallest bit I have doesn't even begin to be the right size for that. So it looks like we're leaving that one. It's definitely stuck in there. And I am going to take that little bit of advice and put this back, but that's the bad thing. I can't get, I'm going to have to end up dragging my scope to some crazy destination to get this thing under camera. At least all of them worked except the one. You know, I mean, could have been better. Could have had that other one work. I can't even find the one that's, oh, it's stuck. It's right there. Is that it? There's the nightmare. Go up and focus. Alright, last one. We're going to try. I know without a doubt it's right there. I'm going to try something quick. if anything, yeah, it's probably a massively bad idea to auto punch this. If anything, it's going to put it down. Oh, I got that stupid water. Thought I had a cold drink getting warm other than water over here. Alright, so one screw is not bad. We're going to have screws surrounding it. Man, I really, really want that out of there. However, I don't have what I need to pull it out. Starting to fire here. Leave me alone. Let's get back under scope and see what damage we've done. So the hole that I started drilling was a little bigger, but it started pulling the pieces out. However, the one piece has pushed down in. There, that's the piece we can't get out. I could continue drilling and put a bigger screw in this one spot, but I think we're going to leave it alone. I wanted to see if maybe the bit would start grabbing here. I'd lift that out, but we're just going to move on from that, clean this thing, and be done. Here, let me show you. So the goal was to try and grab that piece from down out of there, but as I said, my bit's too big, and you can see the piece that dropped down. I wonder if we can dig it out. Probably not. How great would that be if that was loose? There's still enough material there for a screw to grab. All right, let's get this back in a knife. And go to work with a blade. So if I'm seeing that correctly, our little piece that's in here, that's very loose. We're going to keep trying to chop at it to get it out of there. And then we'll have our screw hole. Although it's missing the first little bit at the top, it should still thread as long as we don't enlarge the important part. I'm just running out of workable blade point. And I don't think they make easy outs this small. We're not going to ruin Hacko tweezers. Let's grab another set. These got to be fairly pointy. Oh yeah, definitely pointy. We might actually get this. Do you see this? Let's try and fold those edges in. You can see when I was twirling that, if the edges are loose, we need to try and get one of them to fold in. We can potentially grab this thing and pull it out of here, hopefully. I'm going to dump that out. Keep the determination and get this damn thing out of here. Where is it? Where'd it go? And where's the screws for the keyboard? Same thing, tiny, tiny things. Look at all those. Yep, nope. We are definitely not having those grabbed. We would need a slightly bigger screw. Probably something from an old iPod might work for that spot. Let's check our transmitter. Are we dead? We're not dead. We got a little battery. That one's broken. All right, let's see if that's down there enough where a screw can grab now. Realistically, we're going to take, they look to be the same ones that go around the edge, so we'll just grab one of those. If I can, get it off the magnetic mat. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pull it out, try and thread this in, and then check the scope. There's no way I'm going to fit this all under the scope. So let's see what is what with this one. Well, it grabs. It don't grab great, but it does grab. So we will take it. It's in there a little crooked, but it is solid. So we'll go with it. Alright, time to clean this thing up, pull that screw back out, and continue on our way. Let's get the screw out of the way, quick clean, and reassemble. I'm going to be done with this. Right now I'm just going to go around the edge of the keyboard, trying to rip our microphone wire. Noise cancellation is the word I was looking for hours ago, if nobody said it. Noise cancellation mic. I kept thinking suppression. I don't know why. Noise cancellation. Alright, the back IPA. What? Cleaner. Actual cleaner, not this crap. Alright, this here is going to take a little bit. We're going to go around, try and quickly find our way around all of these with, I don't know how I want to say it, Windex, and see how much grime we can get out. What's the face do, Phil? I didn't see that there. Maybe I missed it. We need something to throw Windex in that's not going to be huge. That will work perfect. So right now we're just going to use the old, like a RAM cover, or the plastic that RAM comes in. Some cleaner, dunk it, and swirl around our edges. Hey man, shoot out, mate. You had a late night, sir. I appreciate it. Thanks for the late night tour as well, man. While you were working, that was, or heading to work, that was awesome. So have a good night, friend. Catch up tomorrow. The hard part's done. We just got to reassemble this thing anyhow, so anybody wouldn't be missing much. You guys are savages for hanging around this long. We only got 1, 2, 3, 4 more rows to go through on this keyboard. I think, yeah, that's row 1. 1 of 4 left. I don't know of any quicker way to do this. Maybe completely strip it down and give it a bath. Then you gotta dry it, and that's more disassembly. So I just, the few times that I've cleaned these out, you see it. Cleaning this up, I think it just shows you how dirty keyboards get as well. Just from typing. Especially with these chiclet style keys. And the tight tolerances they're built to on this, you will get, I mean, any laptop really or keyboard is a dirtier than a park bench probably. But this definitely shows it, the amount of scum we're cleaning out of those. Each swab is filthy. Alright, let's look at the top. Ultrasonic, yeah, I'd have to strip it down further. Nah. It is a good idea though, I never thought of that. I never thought about throwing a palm rest through the UC. That would be, that's another video when we go crazy. We'll shoot a video, record it so we don't waste people's time. Definitely. I never had never given that thought though, seriously. There's not much more disassembly. I guess you just have to undo the mic and the hinge, and then any labels. I don't know if these magnets would buzz loose or not. Truth be told, I probably did all these. Let's go back through and hit them again quick. Get that last little bit of dirt. Clean the trackpad area, just there. We got a little bit of slop there still. Take and clean it up. We still got to put this keyboard in. That's the bad part. The lucky part. He said that, Phil Brown. The lucky part is them 100 screws getting to screw your keyboard together. Let's look at the top side. I'm going to take a dry one and just run around. Being that Windex does evaporate, but not near as fast as IPA. So any little bits that may be there we want to grab. I don't want anything hanging out to cause a short. Not that I think it would through the whole rebuild, but you know, paranoia. After doing this much work, last thing you want is something to go sideways. We'll grab that little bit. Oh my goodness. I didn't even notice this. Look at this. We're still discovering shit about this laptop this much late in the repair. I just looked at this. I mean, it's been mostly upside down. Fucking look at this. They punched those longer screws for the hinges, the wrong screws, up through, excuse me, up through on the frame. They started coming through the frame on this one. Fucking A, man. Way to go on the laptop repair people, whoever did this. Phenomenal job. You're hired. It was probably me, you know. In a different day, a different time. All right, let's go. Keyboard. Come on, phone. Quit hassling me. I will check you in a moment, though. All right, so we got a new keyboard. Let's Fragile. Let's rip into that. Oh. And compare to old. Oh, that's not the old one. So we do have to peel a couple pieces of white reflective for the backlight off. Other than that, not bad. We got a little ding from shipping. Not terrible bad. I think we'll be able to put it together just fine. All done what in our career? Oh, messed something up? I've messed up countless stuff. I haven't kept count of all the stuff, but yeah, I've spent hundreds of dollars replacing shit for people, having to buy new, and that's you know, or get it repaired right. I've messed up plenty in my days. We're gonna have to grind them down into something usable again. I broke the 1 point off. Okay, so we have all the ones we took out already. They go around the edge. It's going to be a nightmare and a half. Putting all those back in. And then we have all the ones. I'm going to take all the ones that come in the bag and run them down through the center of the keyboard. Wrong screws in plastic. Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, I've done that too. Yeah, I've broken stuff, wrong screws and stuff. As far as the like plastic laptop palm rest, yeah. And it happens, you know. If it didn't happen to anybody, I would say you weren't learning anything. It's 100% how you learn and know, like, oh, shit, dummy, I should have been paying attention to that spot. Show me that perfect career person who's never made a mistake or done anything. I'll show you a liar. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, that is just too many screws. Are we absolutely sure they're necessary? I could put like 5 or 10 in, I think, and just be good. I'm pretty sure. Alright, you got me. 12. We'll put 12 of them in. I think 12 will do the job adequately. And 13 if we want to be lucky. Alright, let's... So I sorted my screws there. Got the laptop here. We got the super shiny, which is cutting down on the exposure of what it will actually expose properly. And we need a different type of end for these ones. Are we actually working 000 or did they jump us over to JIS? Let me check my mic as well. I know it's getting close to kicking bucket. We have a little bit left on it yet. Everybody have some coffee or whatever it is you do, smoking a pancake. Brew Red Bull, Life Water, which I happen to have today, which isn't great. I'm about to get a Red Bull and some air conditioning. Alright, enough games. We're checking. Tell me your secrets, little screw. This looks like a 000 Phillips, but it has the craziest, it's like super shallow. Like 000 is too pointy to go down in it, and JIS is just about the same. So they're just poor quality screws. I'm gonna grab a magnet so we don't lose all these trying to wrestle them. If I have any magnets left, that is. You know what size these screws are? Generic cheap little screwdriver that you get with phone repair kit, 000. It was made poor quality. 2.5 beers down. Nice. What time did you say it was? So 12:30? Alright, let's go. We're getting the precision adapter and really putting these screws in, man. Could you imagine? Fuck. We'd be done for on that one. I keep smashing my head on that camera. That's my other hobby. How many hits will one Sony camera take? From the same big head until it breaks. I think our next one, we're getting into the territory of that stripped out hole. Maybe not. It's going to be one of these two rows. I'm not sure which. Let's go ahead and move this back. And try and go down and take a look at some of this fine work. Not really. But you can at least check out what we're doing over here. What's nice when you have a screwdriver that actually turns these in, and this holds true. I remember thinking, I don't remember actually thinking it, but maybe not in exact words, but like, oh, you can feel an actual stopping point like you should. Like the screws, not the kind where, I mean, I'm sure you could tighten and then just strip it, but they have like a nice grippy stopping point where you needn't go any further. Minus that one that we had to dig out. Let's take some bets on how many of these we break. Or strip out, I mean, along the way. Ooh, bad move. Alright, screws taken back off magnet. We just picked up the whole pile in one go. Flew a little too close to the sun. I can't do that. That stupid little stubby thing. Let's see if this one will work. Hopefully it does. You're losing the end to this thing. The tip is actually stripping off. However, bigger handle, we can get more gusto, more leverage. So hopefully it lasts a little longer. Or not. Just keep going until it don't work. I can't do it. I need a moment to, I'm going to look here for another long handle 000. Yeah, we found smaller magnets though. Alright, let's go. There it is. That's the one I was hoping for. Now if we can just get a magnet. Alright, so two potentials here. There we go. This is from an old, what were they called? iPhone 4 parts. When the iPhone 4 came out, this one was from this set. It came with a 000 and a pentalobe years ago. And then I have this cheapy yellow handle one that just got cycled off the bench. We're going to see which one of these will work to do what we want, because this cheapo keeps just ripping the end off as we use it, and that's not very functional. So let's try this yellow one now, and we'll jump on to the iPhone 4 parts screwdriver if this one fails us. If it fails. And by the looks of it, it may not. Come on, man, let's go. Cue with the program here. Grab the screw. Quit running up the side. What's going on out there? What's good? So we have 1, 2, 2.5 rows to complete, plus the whole outside perimeter. I think they give you enough screws to do everything all over again. We'll find out. That pile's shrinking fairly quick. Bought a pack because I wasn't sure if they were included with the replacement keyboard. Nah, I shouldn't. 2.5. Yeah, I read that. But thank you, Phil. Yeah, this keyboard shipped with what I'm certain is enough for the whole outside and everything. Plus, I have all the original ones from the outside as extra. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. I think we got enough screws here to be screwed. And we even got one to take in that goofy hole. You know, it's screwed down and it's holding. So not bad. And I just tried 2 of the screws that came with the keyboard on the outside edge, and they do wind right down in. I wouldn't apply that to every keyboard replacement you would order for these. Some of the super cheap ones I would imagine come with some are they screw type screws. We're not sure what they are, and imagine some just come without them. Most you would think would send them because you're taking how many out. They expect you to keep track of all those. We're getting close. Can't wait for this part to be done. Then we can see how bad I did with everything else. And then when I finally get to power it on, I get to find out, do I have to buy a laptop? Fix on that stubborn what? Rivet? Oh. Well, you know, man, I cut it off. I squeezed a little too hard and cut off my last chance, and I just had to dig it out. But I was hoping that little drill bit would grab it enough to kind of pull it out, but it didn't. It actually drilled down a little, and then the rest was pushed down into the hole. And then just dig it around with the tweezers to dig as much as you can out without making the bigger top of the hole. And we have a screw in. I forget which one it was exactly. I'm going to say it was one of these three, possibly these two, but I'm guessing one of those three. And we have screws in all of them. So it counts, man, it counts. I don't know what you call that. Stupidity fixed that. Perseverance. Like, determined to get a screw in that one. Like, we gotta make it work. I'm a fool, look at me. Yeah, all the above. Got a blowout on my one glove, that's bothering me, but not near as much as all these screws being out is bothering me. So we're going to finish the screws and try and tear through the rest of this repair to make this halfway understandable and somewhat early. Well, early for me. I mean, it's already late for me. Not too late, but late enough. It's like 8 o'clock. Is it 8? I can't remember. 7:59. It's a lot later for you savages, though, so. Excuse me. We are making our way around. Now these last 2 rows we're going to do kind of just walk them both down at the same time. Skip from one to the other. What a nuisance this is, man. I think most people don't do this repair. You know, they rush through, I don't know, rush through it, or potentially don't do them nowadays. I mean, we're moving on to bigger and better Macs that are out for Mac users. But a lot of people still have these older ones. So imagine for the next year or so, I may see some coming in before people finally upgrade. I don't know. I try not to drag too many Macs to this shop on purpose. I mean, if they come through the door, okay, but I don't want that to turn into all that I get to work on. So, come on, man, let's go. Down these 2 rows and around the border, and we can start sticking stuff back on there, get our backlight on in place. Well, I guess the defeat, I don't know how we're doing it. I don't remember the order by just thinking about it. I have to look at it. It's early again. You're an absolute madman. Is that Phil Brown saying? Phil in a sick. Holy shit. Absolute madman. We need a madman trophy. Something. Dude, I know what time it is over there. I talked to Mr. Chris quite a bit. That's savage. I can't believe with his day yesterday leading into the day that he stayed here as late as he did. Super awesome. He had quite an early morning and then a surprise early morning again. I was just thinking. I need a big boss or somebody here to handle disassembly, reassembly. Oh, it'd be great. I get to do the part of unsticking and rip the keyboard loose, set the new one in, and hand it over to be screwed together. Woo. Uh-oh. It's chiming again. Must be emergency. Let's see what it is real quick. Anything important? You're absolutely kidding me. It's just other notifications, man. I've been on this kick lately where I'm trying to turn off most notifications for crap. Not YouTube, because that's like the big thing. I like seeing people, what they're doing, and mainly what I watch. But, is that in? Yeah, that went in. Like all the other crap. I turned the email off years ago. I check it once in the morning and once at night. But like Reddit, Facebook, all the unnecessary notifications that ding in all day long. I'm like going through and trying to get all that crap turned off. Oh, we just had another bigger blowout on the thumb. We'll make it. I guess it's a bit late to say something like this, but we'll throw it in the video. Better late than never. When you're turning all these screws back in, at least the ones going into the rivets, and if you're using your replacement screws that shipped with the keyboard, if you got extra, rather than the ones that came out of the outside edge, don't just set it there and try to wind it in with no pressure. Slight downward pressure so it threads in, and you'll be good to go. Finger tight. Should torque down. We're going to come back with the torque wrench and get these all done to 120 foot-pounds. Oh shit, the click on that. It'd be grand. Yeah, no need for a torque wrench. Finger tight. Slight downward pressure so your threads start catching the hole that was previously occupied by a rivet. And yeah, I think you're good to go after that. What a nightmare. Should we leave the sides and the bottom of the keyboard loose so it's like flippy flopsy? Make it a hybrid. Just like that other one with the hybrid spacebar. Didn't. No, I don't think. No questions. You didn't miss any. I'm just talking. Idly talking. It's sad to say it, but no electric screwdriver or drill or wow stick or any other variant's going to save you here. This is a very manual job. So, a very good reason why I think people don't do these live and do them in a edited video with all the best parts sped up. Fairly obvious. Fairly obvious. Alright, we're bringing it home. This is our last run down this row. Okay, so the pack of screws that came with it. Let's check this out. I know I dropped one. I'm fairly certain I dropped one on the floor because I had it on here, tried to grab it, and it just vanished. And I was close to the edge here when I did that. Unless this is the one. And it bounced over there. That would be a lucky shot. And checking everything in this area, I don't see anything. I'll run my magnet by my blue mat. Check. Let's check the top side of this. And there's none stuck to the top of it. And if I did drop one, let's come on the floor real quick. Be super cool if I found it, but I doubt it. Screws always fly a million miles from wherever you think you lost them. Yeah, not a damn thing on that floor in the near vicinity. So, using the screws that they gave me, if I dropped one and couldn't find it, I'm still too short, which is not bad. We have a hell of a pile left over from when we initially tore this thing down. So we'll take and throw one there and try and find the one that bounced to eternity. is. Got it. Alright, we have our 2 screws in the pile that we can bag up. So we have to put 3 in. And I'm accounting for me dropping one and not being able to find it. But to be short 3 out of all those, not bad. I don't know about anybody else's thoughts, but this keyboard is screwed. 100% screwed. I'm just going to go back and look to make sure. No, I missed one. Let's go ahead and put it in. And I think that looks like our dug hole, so let's go ahead and wind a screw in there quick. That's the one we dug out. Thought it was somewhere in that area, I wasn't sure. I said, what, these 3 were in here? There it is. Okay, so there's the stripped out one, if it'll focus. I'm just going to take and look across here. Yeah, that's it, man. Keyboard screwed. Looks good. Let's proceed. We are going to need a reflective layer, and we have to put that other stuff in the right place as well. Let's work on peeling these off and putting them on there. Such a shame. So where is it? It is what a weird ass spot right there. That's not even going to stick, that little insignificant piece. Hell no, it's not. Nope, get out of there. You're done. Okay, let's see what else there is. No adhesive whatsoever. It's all stuck on to that. Alright, let's do it. We're laying this on as is. It's going to have to be reflective or not. And then we need to lay our black nice. The alignment holes line right up. Perfect. So this is a reflective layer. There's absolutely no electronics in this layer that I'm aware of. And we got to put this thing back on it, which if it makes any sense, is going to be right there. There. And we can go around and start sticking our edges down. Alright, that's on. Start rebuilding this bad bitch. What did I forget? Trackpad. Let's work on getting that together. We're going to clean the edges of the trackpad off. Let's move this the hell out of our way. I suppose while we're here, we can take a look. See if I put the key. Oh, it's upside down. Oh my goodness. Okay. We can't forget about reheat shrinking our wires. I'm going to just throw a piece down over both of these and shrink it on those because the insulation did get cut. So sad. We have that. Let's get this out of the way and clean our trackpad. This is still for sale if anybody wants it. Hybrid keyboard, or a keyboard with hybrid spacebar. Very, very easy way to pay. Clean up all the edges of that. Fairly nice. Get it ready for reassembly. What dumbass thing did I do? We need more Windex. Too short. Too short because they expect you to have 2 rivets left. Yeah, undoubtedly. No way this chump's getting all these out of there, right? Impossible. Impossible this guy's popping all these rivets out. That's what they thought. Bastards. They're selling us the parts and they don't even believe in us. Imagine that. Oh, what a world. Alright, we'll take a dry swab, clean up some of this Windex. Just rather silly, stupid tip there, but if you have stuff you're trying to clean up and it won't clean up with IPA, which most will, but it won't throw a little glass cleaner on it, like the blue Windex typey stuff, that usually, and if that doesn't work, I use Simple Green. That stuff works phenomenal for cleaning. Okay, trackpad mostly clean. And of course, it's got to be a nightmare. Let's do it. So this gets a refold on it and tucks into this side. What we're going to do, we're going to flip our latch now. Unstick. And with our latch flipped up, we can lift our trackpad and we'll try and get this cable to negotiate its way into that. Connector right now. And it's not going, so that tells me something's crooked. Connector up. So we're going to use, if I can find it, orange one, right? And see if our ribbon cable tucks down in a little. I believe it's down. I just don't want to pull this out of the way too far. And yeah, that's down. We're going to pull it out so we can get in there nicely and flip our latch down. Okay, trackpad's back in. We're going to put the 6 screws that hold it in place in. trackpad in. We need our green one to go at our Torx. More crap. I'm going to spin this down a little. Listen to it. Let's take the tools out of my hand. Hey, clickies again. Very good. I like that. Okay, so looking at our ribbon, one side appears up a little higher than the other, so we're going to attempt to unlock this latch. And attempt to wiggle this thing in there. We really need it to go in fairly straight, and it's kind of cockeyed now. But it can't go no farther. Calling it good there, it's in. We're going to put a slight crease in that. And we're not going to use the biggest, most silly piece of tape imaginable. What we are going to do, though, is put a very, very short strip of adhesive through the middle there. As soon as I find the end of the roll here. Just take and clip a little piece. Let's hopefully not stick it to our gloves. Throw it to the side. And that's what we want right there, is that piece of adhesive. Stick it down, and then we got to peel up the one little part. The other cable had some type piece of double stick tape there, so we'll peel hopefully peel our protective backing off of this one. There we go. It's stuck together like the other one was. It's not Apple branded adhesive or anything, however. Everything appears to be in place. What else? What are we doing here? The batteries, speaker, all that shit later. We have a few cables, the SSD. Ah, yes. Never mind, that's wrong. That's 100% wrong. Or is it? I have to see where this connection is on the board, and then we'll know where. It's either sticks, I think it sticks. There, let's take a look while we're here. SD. So it is going to smack up against the other side, so we have to make that makes sense. Okay. Let's set this in here and pretend for a minute. Alright, it's lined up where it needs to be. That is there. That is not where it needs to be. Get over here. There we go. Alright, that one's in. Let's get our board back out of the way for now. See, I feel like that's all wrong. The adhesive's only on the one side though, so we could flip it end for end. Right, but there was slop spilled on this side of the board, which kind of resembles that. There was also shit up here, but I'm going to go with it like that. Let's get this the hell out of there. Or actually, we can start putting this back in. Now's when I kind of... Fuck, man, what are we doing here? Am I going to rob a bunch of parts from mine to get this guy's functioning good? I don't owe it to him. I didn't say it. Didn't say I would. But absolutely everywhere that a Phillips went through. Holy shit. So 1, 2, 3. We have to take 4 screws out, which leaves me with fucking A. We need Phillips to take those fucking things out of there. Okay. Good enough. Let's do it. We'll take them out. We'll give this guy some actual screws to hold his computer together. He didn't ask for it. We're not going to bill him. We're just going to put it together, back together fully. And let him know that we got the right screws in the damn thing. I mean, he's getting billed for the job, but not for missing screws. Fuck. Those are just laptop screws. And the only way I am not going to put these in is if... Do I got a mic? Yeah, I do still. I thought it was dead. Is if... the holes got threaded with the new threads. That's the only way that I can foresee me not putting proper hinge screws in this thing. I mean, which that could happen. Very well could happen. We'll see. Let's check it out. You know that shit ain't right because it's just the complete wrong size Torx. Wherever the hell they fished that one out of, never know. Uncrank. Alright, here goes nothing. Let's start stealing my parts. Out of my 2012 MacBook Air. Let's go. We also kind of got to look at this guy to see where all some of the shit goes that I'm a little amiss on. Alright, that went down. That screw, they're wrong too. They just have the right size heads. Fuck, here goes. So I'm pulling all 6 hinge screws from my 2012. So there's those 3, and we're going to pull those 3 and put them in. I might partially thread those wrong size screws in mine. I'm not going to torque them down to where they're ripping the hell out of the top of the palm rest or in the keyboard deck. Like, I don't want them punching through. We'll just yank these out of here and order a set for this thing. It didn't come in complete, but you know what? We're going to send it back out complete. What the fuck happened there, man? Oh, there goes Hacko Tweezers. Bent. Eee. Oh, thank God, no, it wasn't them. It was the cheap Chinese bent tip ones. Yay! I'll sacrifice those all day long. I got 100 pairs of them. Okay, proper screws in the hinges. Fuck. How did that happen, man? All wrong size, everything. This computer came in with, that's nuts. Oh yes, we died. You called it, man. We died. We died. Almost died. Alright, we're back. Yeah, man. These screws. I'm gonna replace them. I'm gonna pull any screw that I need that was missing for his out of mine. We're replacing all those illegitimate horseshit screws and those Phillips hinge screws. We have the 3 T8 in. All that is being replaced right now as we go. And I'll just order screws for mine. I'm not going to bill the guy, as I said. I am going to let him know that his computer came back 100% together with all the screws in the right spot. So that's a good thing, I suppose. Let's take a moment and throw our Wi-Fi card in there while we're here. I do want to take this sticker and put it back on the back of it. As well as we got to lift our board, so I need to take a few screws out. There we go. Let's put that's in. I have the little rubber piece, little rubber cap that goes on this edge of the board. I forgot about it. As I said, show me somebody that don't make mistakes. I'm going to show you a liar quick. Or at least forget stuff. I suppose that's a nicer way of saying things. Get out of here with that. Alright, so a few screws have to come out. Wait, what? Commentary for the edit? No. Audio's there, right? Yes? No? Should be. Yeah, there's audio, man. No, and no edit. I'm not editing this down. Everybody has an edited video of a keyboard replacement on one of these. Is this loose, or do we still have one? Yeah, one more hiding. Our little sensor thing did get wet, and we need our little rubber cap that rides. It rides along this edge of the board right here. Right there. So right on that edge of the board there is where I put that little rubber cap piece. Let's go ahead and set this back in and start putting the screws to it. And that just is like, I don't know, spacer, something silly, like a rubber thing. So if you happen to put a longer screw in, yes, the screw would screw through it, but I think you would. It's not going to let the board rattle and hit any screw that's there. Not a longer screw, but that's where one of the pentalobe screws goes through, and you don't want something poking the board if it was loose. Perhaps that's why it's there. I don't know. I'm not Apple. I didn't design this shit. I'm just working on it. Just working on it. Let's throw him in. Boom, boom, boom. We have quite a few screws we have to thieve. Let's see. We need 1, 2, 3 more for this side of the motherboard. We have those 3. I guess we'll take out DC jack side if we have to. It's an odd spot right under the SSD for a screw. You definitely don't want that one popping loose on you. So I grabbed this, and we also, I need to get, those are speakers and the panel lobe screws for the bottom and the one for the SSD. I think we can put this in now, not really run into too many problems. Go ahead and pop that SSD in there now. Let's see what's up here. Do we have audio? I'm going to turn it up for a minute. See what's up here. Do we have audio? Yes, indeed, I do have audio. All right. Battery. Okay. Okay, battery. DC board. Got to get our heat sink in, which I know we've got that. Where'd that guy go? He's sitting here looking pretty somewhere. Before we do anything, we're going to check. Yeah, it's not bent or nothing. That's sitting right where it needs to. Perfect. Okay, this will wrap up over with the newly protected wire, and then we got to flip it down in that channel and route it over and rip the ends off, just like Phil. If that was Phil that said that, I believe. More beer, smoke. Oh, yes. I love it. Okay. Take a little brush and brush out a little fan guy here gently. Well, go figure, as gentle as we can. Gonna crack into some real juice. Get away from that stupid life water and have one of these. Oh man, that's delicious. Woo! Fucking screw goes down in there. Okay, that's where the socket cap screw goes. Trying to find out what screw is down in for this heat sink. We're going to rip it up out right now. And see if we have a matching one over here. It would be too amazing if we did. We fucking do. Alright, well let's put mine back. That way we don't have to steal it. Then I have to take stock of what all shit we've stolen from where. Alright, we know what goes where. That's for CPU. That's for up top of the fan. Let's take a look at this one. This should be super long. No. Super short. Damn it. Okay, so we need another one of those that I don't have. We're gonna have to end up robbing that. What goes in the top of the fan? Is it super long? No. Super short. So basically all the fan screws we're stealing. DC jack screw or DC board, DC in board we're stealing. All the fan screws got to go bye-bye. Alright, so be it. Let's put our DC in board in. Ooh, again. Getting great at that. Love it. Oh yeah, I forgot this stupid thing. Let's grab it and stick. Stick it where it goes. Where it go, you? Actually, a big one goes on there. The little one don't go there. No flipping way, that's what they had there. We're gonna look, we're gonna locate. Possibly not, but is it at all possible they had a small one? Because I only have a small bit of adhesive on this one. Oh, fucking A. Okay, let's throw this guy in. He will go down in this area. We have our mic. Plug that in later. There is two in the... No, there's only one for the DC board. Perfect. Let's rob it. Okay, we need the rubber piece, wherever the hell we put that thing. I'm feeling really dumb. What did you do with that? Is it just bouncing around on the floor, looking silly? I mean, I have mine, but I'm not giving mine away. No, 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 no. Alright, we need a stupid little black piece of rubber. We gotta find that before we proceed. This is gonna be madness unless we do. Not there. And that is something that will fall along with the other stuff that fell. Because we had that there. There's the fan. Bet you I did kick it or hit it, knocked it around. Oh, nope, got it. Okay. This thing has been molded into the wrong shape for a long time, but I think we can get it back on in one easy piece. Let's grab mine and steal the screws from the fan, to connect this guy's poor fan. Socket cap screw. And we have that one we gotta steal as well. While we're here, and we have the freedom to do so, pull our heat spreader, heat pipe combo off. This is going to be tricky. We'll do it here in a moment, I guess. We'll wait. We're going to put that in quick. Okay, let's go for it. We're going to get some thermal compound. What do we want to use here, Phil? Do we want to throw some MX5 on there We want to do some thermal grizzly. I'm going to clean this little sticky thing off from the last bits of thermal paste that are on it. Hopefully. Excuse me, that Red Bull, man, gets you quick. Let's do some thermal grizzly. Put just a nice neat little blob on here. Actually, we're going to suck some of it back up. And there they are. We're going to pick up, because what happens, thermal paste tends to, damn it. Of course it went stringy on me. We hit a little bit of a thicker spot. It tends to unmix. So what we're going to do is take that first bit that came out and throw some more down that will be a little thicker. Like so. And let's throw those in. MX5 is apparently real. MX5's thinner, but I like it. It cools really well. We gotta clean that up somehow. IPA, I suppose. Just don't want to get it on the CPU. Get on there. See, I didn't want to take this black sheet off, but like there's so much old crap just caked under them. So we're going to put the heat spreader back on and let it do what it does. Put this in place. Put this one in place. Actually, remove him out of the way. That way, that little rubber boot is trapped under the fan the way it's supposed to be. there. Damn it, wrong bit. Alright, where's that stupid socket cap screw that I lost? Or not socket cap, small one. My bad, my bad. Small one. These things are the biggest pain in the butt. getting them in under to this one spot under the motherboard. There's like a spot for it to kind of sit. And those tweezers are bent beyond all belief. Alright, that is in its zone. Once that goes down, that side will also be in. It's under the motherboard. Let's screw it down. The only thing now that we'll need is the fan, and it's being held in place by the motherboard and the heatsink the way it's supposed to be, not just squashed in some crazy ass place. Are they vitally important, these rubber boots for the fan? I don't know, but you know what? They're easy enough to put on if you just take a moment and do it. It'll tuck right in under the motherboard. It has a spot to clip in. It sits over the end of this one, literally. And then you have a screw here that holds it all together in place. And this rubber boot also helps trap, if we don't yank it the whole way out, it helps trap our Wi-Fi wire down out of the way. But being that it's thicker, it might go in a little goofy this time. Hopefully not. Of course it's going to. Okay, let's see what we can do about putting that down there. I hate to say it, but that heat shrink's gotta come off there. It's not gonna tuck in with that super thick layer on. We gotta make sure that the grounded, the spot that is where the insulation's smashed, isn't touching anything, but it'll be alright. I got faith. It just won't tuck in and get out of the way of the CPU fan right here. It was just much too thick. So the part where the insulation is cut is all good to go. It's up out of the way. Let's route this wire and be done with this damn thing. Check on chat here in a minute. Getting these wires routed is always not fun. Alright, man, look, you gotta get down there. Everybody believes in you. Go there and stay out of the way. Like that. And that. Alright, there we go. Let's pull this out and take a look. I don't feel like messing. I just don't feel like messing at all with stupid stuff. We're going to do Wi-Fi up here. We got the wires ran with lots of extra room. That is the shorter one. So we'll pull him back down through just a scotch. Alright, so there's one routed. Let's route this longer one right over to our other antenna connection point. Now, excuse me. Now, with all the wires routed, we're going to get our tweezers, grab our wire, and tuck this thing in the way it's supposed to be. Alright, they are officially tucked in, I think. Anyways, let's scope it out real quick, if we can. Yeah, we can't do it that way, get real. We need to put our fan back on before we tilt and lose all these screws. I just about tipped that up with all these loose. Let's do this quick. We need this out of the way. And we got to get that connected as well. That ribbon cable with the, how do I want to say it? Terminals are horizontal on the board. Mine were vertical, if that makes sense. What terminals? Oh yeah, yours was one where they were that way. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying there. Nightmare, man. They can be a nightmare, you know. While we're in this neighborhood, let's take one moment and plug in our stupid ass webcam. Okay, and our little rubber thing should attach to the fan in a kind of, sort of, somewhat a way. I don't know that they're important. I know it kind of gets squashed and sealed down, so it's forcing the air out that's going out instead of letting it spray out and bleed back in, at least in that area. Aside from that, I don't know shit. Don't listen to me. Our board is screwed down. Perfect. Heatsink is screwed down. Let's check here. That's down as well. Let's get the rest of our heat spreader for the CPU. We're going to go in a backwards square pattern, so counterclockwise square. And we got to straighten the board up a little bit before we put this fan in. So let's do that. We'll make it nice and square to the camera. See, I don't think that adhesive's super sticky there, so what we're going to do, we're going to scrape that off real quick without crushing our fan. Oh, that's on there like glue. Our fan's already mushed, man. We need to, Yep, I'm throwing a new piece of adhesive on there quick. Let's do it. I'll take and run this out, and we see about the length we need. Get our micro cutters. Lift that up. And supply new stick. Slightly long, just barely covers the one screw, but we're going to go for it. We're going to try and peel this without peeling that. Flip this up. Stick it in place, and perfectly good. What else? We need our other thing. Man, we're really hitting my board hard for the parts. Let's plug in our DC-in board. We locked down our noise canceling microphone. We need to connect that ribbon before we do that. I suppose we can do that now. Slap this ribbon in here. This is the one that's missing the tab. I am not going to rip my tab off the motherboard. And for this guy, we're gonna go with a piece of tape. Oh boy, gotta mute it. Got a phone call. Sorry about that, man. That was a call from my other work. Gotta send a message. And we'll be back on it, Phil. Gotta send a message. I don't want to use this tape. I think we could come up with something craftier than that for right there. I mean, it's just gonna be another form of tape. I think what I'm gonna put down, man, I don't even know. Because you really need the pressure on them pins for it to, I mean, it's gonna function, it's a fan. But it just, you know, could go differently. Okay. Let's do it, man. What do we use? Do we use Kaplan tape? Do we use LCD tape and leave the backer on? Do we use let's use toffee tape. Let's try and smash a small little piece of toffee tape on there. And it's stretch release. As you grab it, you can pull it and it'll stretch and release and won't do any damage. So we'll just cut a tiny piece of toffee tape for on this thing and we'll attach it that way. So let's just simply, it is going to be double-sided though, that's the only thing, but we could put a backer on it, anything literally. Let's go ahead and grab this piece of stretch release. If we can get one this small, it's kind of hard getting them when they're small like this. And then getting it to release off stuff without sticking is next level. And here's what we're gonna set that on there. Let it grab the ribbon. And let's pick our backer up off of it so we can see where all we're at. And this stuff literally will do no damage to anything. I would like to not have it on those components, so we'll just curl it up. This way it's super sticky, sticks to itself. You can literally flatten it out, and then what we're going to do is use, what can we use? What can we use? Might be able to use our paper backer here that we just pulled off to make a little pull tab. For on it. Let's check that out. In line with the port, yeah, it matters. Airflow is the most important thing for cooling as far as I know. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Airflow, and there's quite a few important things for computers. Airflow, no dust. Like dust and heat are the two main things that will kill them. Alright, let's put that there. I'm going to trim. What was that? One of them stupid screws. One of them big, heavy, stupid, wrong screws. Guaranteed. Yep, big fat Phillips. We're going to take and trim off our tab a little shorter real quick. I need something to cut on, cut mat. So, let's go. Alright, perfect. Now we're going to open this back up like we were. We're going to put part under and then snap the other part on top to make a pull tab to release this toffee tape when whoever wants to release it for this ribbon cable. It's tough working, can be tough working with, but we'll get it. That'll creep back in. Let's go and grab it. Now we have well, allegedly we have a little pull tab. It may not stick because, yeah, it's the backer. We need paper. So let's let those sit there. We're going to get a paper backer that isn't wax paper. Alright, paper backer, this one will without a doubt stick. We may have to approach it at a different angle though because of losing our grip on that before. And I I know it's paper, it's in there, it's going to look silly, but it's going to hold that ribbon. And you literally just pull, it's just stretch release. You stretch it and it's going to just stretch its way right off, kind of like command strips. And we got very useful. We've got a giant roll of it. Tough working with, but worth every penny when you need to pull on something to release it. Alright, another important point about these computers. I suppose you could do it this way, but don't. You may be able to get it connected that way, but don't dare snap that ribbon cable on. Why the hell would you block the fan? There's a piece of adhesive on the back, man. I've had this one didn't, but I've had these come in with this flipped around, running straight across the fan versus that across the top, you know? So our fan has a little bugger to it. We need to find that and tweak it upward. I think it's in the front. Yes, it is in the front when I press down. Too much gusto, I believe. Perfect. Alright, we just have to wait for that fan to get humming around and see if anything's amiss with it. I believe motherboard screws are in. We can finish everything else right now. Battery, speakers. Let's do the speakers, then the battery, and see what's missing. Right, the short one goes to this side. Long one goes right here. They just sit back down. We'll let them plug right into their adhesive. Snap that into its socket. Same thing for this side. Snap it into its socket. Let that sit down. Go super square. Let's plug that in, then throw our battery in. Finally end this concoction of a nightmare. We do have the backlight to plug in as well. Let's try and get that out of there without ripping anything. Come on. We're right here, man. Get out of there. Thank you. We do have the latch on that one, thankfully. We're not going to have to do any silly tape on it. We just push it right in, latch it. Too much glare, too much glare. Then we have our keyboard, our trackpad slash keyboard wire coming in. Plug it in, latch it. I don't like this side. We're going to try and re-stick that adhesive and get this sitting nice. Probably not square at all. Alright, fuck it. I am going to swap out the SSD, so, wow, no, we can do it in guest, actually. Do it in guest mode. Let's get our few other screws here. So let's keep in mind that this long, gigantic screw came out of something. It does have a Torx head, but it fits literally nothing here. Throw our Mac screws in there. So we have, what did I say we had? 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, that's a battery screw. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're missing one battery screw. We're missing the one in the corner, correct? Okay, that's what that one was. It's a battery screw. My mistake. Let's grab these, throw them in the battery. If it's not obvious, a long one goes in the center. Long one in either corner. And then short one for each of these. All Torx, all tiny. Fuck it, if we rob that much, let's rob a little more. Sorry, 2012 MacBook Air. I have to borrow you to send a complete computer out the door. Even though I didn't lose these screws, we're going to send it back out with all of them. Okay. Battery, correct. Kind of feel bad about that toffee tape. Let's pull it a little bit out of the way. Probably ain't gonna do nothing. Tuck it in, snap that on. Not gonna do shit. Okay, as long as I didn't smash that again, we're gonna be good. Let's lift. Touch, 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 touch. No scrapey fan. Battery. We ready to find out so I can end this madness? Maybe in line with the port instead of across the light. I did lose the latch on that backlight connector, but it was fine. Yeah, you can lose the latches, but it's all kind of grit and shit on these cords, man. Who would think you would get all kind of stuff stuck to magnetic cords? Alright, I think that's clean enough. Let's check out the port. I'm sure it picked up with all the metal shaving and scraping we've been doing. Unfortunately, I don't know anything stronger than Apple's magnet. Let's see if this one is. Unfortunately, no. Maybe we can knock them loose or pick them up. Barely anything. Alright, we need a big magnet. Let's go in, actually grab this stuff. There we go. That rectangular one is yanking the stuff out of there. We just had the second blowout on the right hand. We might survive this stream. We might not. Might have to send help. Basically, we caught a bunch of grit. Cotton swab and spin it and see if it'll collect the metal shavings. I doubt it's going to be stronger than a magnet, but we just need to tangle up a couple and get them the hell out of our way. Alright, let's see if it goes together again. Correct? Damn, that was a big piece of grit across the top. Where is... Yeah, that's much too wobbly. We may have to tear that DCM board out, which would be a shame. I really just want to knock all the big pieces of grit out of there, but you can't. It's magnetic. Let's see, is that any better? Is it all topsy-turvy and rocking around? No. No. I mean, it's mag safe. It's a good connection. We got a bong. Alright. Dong. We got rotating fan. Let's open this up. It is booting up. Let's go for the bottom and find out. Is this his or mine? That's mine. Okay. $25.59. Yeah, that's the right one. This is what? 2013. Yep. Okay, right back to the right model. Perfect. Let's close that quick. Put a few screws in here and wrap it. We need this to go by. And I need the small. There you are. Okay, so let's count these out quick, see what we can get. We're not going to get a whole lot. And that's okay. Oh, that's the Phillips. Yeah, we don't want that dumbass thing. We want the other dumb one. Where is it? Big dummy. Big dummy. Where'd it go? Big dumb. There it is. Pentalobe. Let's go. We'll put the two longer ones that aren't long, but the two longest of the short kind in the back corner, and then we can put all the shorter ones across the front, and we'll see what else I have here. I know I have a few extra The real boss called there, man. That was the wife. The wife called, the real boss. Okay, so we put what we had in. We're missing a long one. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of the shorter panel lobe. But what I happen to have, I think, is it this? No, that's, I have that. Literally nothing in there. Let's put those back and check this. There we go. So I have one long one and one short one. So let's get what I can out of here right now. This computer was a wreck when it came in here. Missing screws, not put together right, and just about everything else. Let's throw whichever one wants to go in. I'm not going to be picky. Okay, we got that. Let's throw one in the front. You know what this means. Just not used to how warm those get. A little warm, but not bad. I'm not a massive fan of that screw, but it's the one that's going in there. Believe it. Okay, and let me look here. Crazy, but not that crazy. I need one other thing. One other thing. Maybe it's not here. Maybe I actually lost it. Like bad no good lost it. I know this is for, we're not doing that dumb shit. They're here. Alright, those thumbsticks, they're not in there. What is this? Microphone? Yes, not in there. I found the one thing I wanted, but that's not it. So we have to look through those. Never mind, I'm a fool. I brought them over here. Obviously, we had the bottom off of mine. We need 3 more short ones, so let's dump these out. If we're robbing, we might as well rob and complete the damn set. You know. So basically, I need outside and inside screw set for a MacBook Air because we just took all the screws out of mine to send this guy's out in a complete unit. Well, that one's a little silly. Something happened to that port. Let's try a different one there. That grabbed, okay. That grabbed, and that one I didn't like. We'll add that to my old 2012. We'll try this guy up here. And I think that's a complete 2013 MacBook Air. Every screw back in. It came in shambles, and it's going to leave in one piece, and hopefully with a working keyboard, Because if not, we got a fucking metric ton of work to do to fix it. Get these screws back down. We'll thread this in. Where's the silly set I just had out? Don't know. Anyhow, fuck it. We'll put it back later. I'll pick up all them other screws later. Let's take a look and see if we have a functional laptop. Let me log into the guest user. Oh, what do we know? The trackpad clicks. Holy shit. I was not expecting that. We're even going to go one better for you people. Hit watch later or watch now. We'll drag this ancient relic out. Why can't we see it? Oh, I know why. It's not plugged in. Well, let's fix that. There we go. Mac on screen. Although, I'm going to open up settings down here because you're not seeing anything up there. We'll cancel Wi-Fi for now. Let's get our displays sorted. Let's take and arrangement. I'm going to mirror them just for good measure. That way y'all can see what I'm doing. And let's close that. And that. Close that. We don't want to see any of that. We do want some Wi-Fi. No, we couldn't type my Wi-Fi password before because we got stopped at T. Let's see if we can connect this time. That's why we're connecting now, because we could not connect before. What is that shit popping up? Oh, I joined a new network. Yeah, fuck off. So we are connected. That seems to work. Let's pop up Safari. Shame on you. You should be using Chrome, whoever you are, Mac owner. And we're going to do Mac keyboard test. Fuck. Alright, hold on here. We gotta go up here. I gotta set the time clock, and I know the person's shit's gonna pop up if I just click on something. I'm not even trying to do that. Let's get this thing current. Well, we gotta click the lock. We might not be able to set it because I don't have a password. Yeah, I can't set it. What do we do here? What do we do here? Can we set the clock correctly? How can we set this clock? Time and date without administrator. Yeah, I know we can do that, but we can't do nothing about it. Here's what we're gonna do. If at all feasible or possible. No guarantees here, people. But we will try. I really want to do the Mac keyboard test. That's kind of like the little ending bit. Alright, battery's unplugged. Set that there upside down so it don't fly away. we're going to try like hell to boot to my Mac SSD. I don't like that little bit, so let's fix that very quickly. It's been a long enough stream. Alright, let's move that one spot this way. We are secured. Let the good times roll. Let's do it. Let's close that. We will restart, delete files and restart. I think we want what option to be able to boot into let's hold down option. There we go. Macintosh and MBA is an external drive. We're going to boot to the external. It may run a little slower, but with any luck, we'll be able to set the damn date and time. What a wreck. Throw all the tools on one side. We'll get back to them later. Screws. Let's go. No, those are mine. There's that bag I was looking for. Yes. Perfect. Oh, something's wrong. It ain't liking it. Ain't gonna do it. Operating system too different. If we absolutely have to, we will pull that hard drive. I'm setting the time and date on this bastard. One way or another. Look, we got the no dice. Time and date, man. Time and date. Just to do the stupid Mac keyboard test, and I don't have the damn user's password. It is too late in this country to even think about calling them. So, you know. Fuck. That hole is like stripped out or something there. I'm going to throw some aluminum shavings in it and try and get it built back up, possibly. Oh boy, here we go. Time and date. We ready? We're going to keep the bottom off till we get a time and date set. Yank it. Greenie. I'm not even putting that in because we're going to get super dumb here shortly. Alright, ready? Let's set the time and date on this bastard. We're just going to set the bottom on for right now. We don't... What's that? Silliness. We'll set the bottom on as we don't need anything else at the moment. We don't have to boot to an external drive. We can just do. Let's go. Alright, booting up. Time and date's about to be set, and then we're putting his drive back in. They do, but not like a computer. Not like you're not going to get in there and dick around like that. Not like your traditional BIOS. I don't know why it didn't boot from external. Not a clue. But we'll see about it booting direct from my drive. It should undoubtedly do it. I'm going to continue putting stuff away. Just because we had a absolute wreck out to get this shit done. Keep them there. Keep that shit go. Bye. We're going to get it? We actually going to get it? That. I know I was digging at aluminum, but this thing is so topsy-turvy. We got to dig a bunch of shit out of that port. For what reason would it not boot to my drive? I'm not seeing it, but maybe, potentially. Okay, we got Apple. It restarted. We had all the crazy languages on screen. It might be because I shut mine down improperly. Like I just kind of pulled the drive. That dumb stuff. It's not going to be because it's just not plugged in. That's not a thing, right? Your computer restart because of a problem. Press a key or wait a few seconds to continue starting up. Yeah, let's see if it can do any recovery, like boot up and do some sort of get us to a working desktop. This is the frustrating shit with Macs. I hate them. I don't use them often enough. And I think we're just gonna boot loop to beat hell. The battery's unplugged, so I mean that could be part of it. But yeah. Let's fire up internet recovery, even though that's just dumb. If I have to, we just don't do the MacBook or the keyboard test, and I end this. I'm fairly certain it works. Let's choose our network. Even though we chose, oh, not the laser printer. Anything but the laser printer, damn it. Man, we literally just need a way to get a date and time. I don't think there's a way in here, but it's something different other than, and it's just my test hard drive for the shop here anyhow. Linux USB that can boot into that. Yeah, I do. I actually do. That would get us in there. I don't have one geared for a MacBook though. I just have a normal one. It might be enough to get it to boot. Alright. Anyhow, while this is doing its stupid, I'm gonna keep slapping tools away. Really need the end piece for this. Sadly, it probably fell. Who the? Nope, nope, right there. You're a joke. Get out of here. You too. I'm gonna shut this down here in a minute if this don't speed up. These old ass computers, I don't have patience for. Especially not when I run something that's a little faster. Not a lot, a little, you know, within reason. I shouldn't be dead before this thing gets booted up, but you know, that might be asking a lot in 2022. Okay, that's for mine currently. Put these away. Internet recovery, dude, come on. Let's put those back. Linux, Linux, Linux. Which one is it on? I honestly don't even know if the drive is here. We'll look. If it's here, we'll give it a go. If it's not here, there isn't much I can do. I don't think I have it. Nope, it's at home. Unless it's hidden. Could be hidden as well. Just a bunch of password shit and nothing useful. Under the keyboard. Not under the keyboard. Alright. You had your time. Bye-bye. I'm probably just killing my hard drive. You know what we can do? I don't know why I did that, because it's just going to start up now. Alright. Defeat. Bitter defeat. We're putting the customer's drive back in. We're screwing it in place, putting the bottom on, moving on. I'm done trying to boot it into anything other than what it is. Alright, go battery. All because of not having a password. Ruined the very end. We can at least do backlight. We can probably pop up a document. It would be super cool, I have to admit, to be able to get a keyboard test up. But I think this is gonna be it here. I'm tired. I'm not tired, but I'm gonna head home, go see the wife. I think one kid's up, the older boy. He said something about fireworks when they called, so I think that's what we're gonna go do. Alright, done. It was either aluminum, I think a small piece of aluminum. Got threaded with that screw. It's holding tight. Let's see where we're at. Yep, boots back up just fine to this dude's drive. I might have a higher OS than what his has, so I can't do that. Let me see if I have any hint of a password. And I don't, of course. So, unless... Ha ha ha, I never even checked. Alright, so we gotta be careful here. This dude doesn't have a password on the account, and who knows what mountain of shit is gonna be starting up. So I probably still gonna need a password to change date and time, if there is one. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. 6/21/22. Is that the date? Is that current date? 6/21/22? Yes, 10:36 p.m. Perfect. Let's click this lock. Everything is good. Okay, let me close that and open up Safari. Shame on you for not using Chrome. Alright, we ready here? Let's check it out. Let's go there. I don't know. Please don't show anybody's info. Fuck yeah, there we go. T's working. I didn't check delete, but you know. My poor computer's torn to shit. Been robbed of all its screws. Everything that makes it one. Living a new life as a 2013 kinda. Alright. This is being super slow. So my job was to get the keyboard working. It's not super bright. It's an old MacBook Air. I don't know which button you have to hit to make these things work. But we do have backlight. And like it's as backlight as it's gonna be backlight. So there's backlight of the keyboard, and let's dim down the display. Let's do that so we can see what the backlight actually looks like. There's display off. Block the light from the KVM monitor where the Mac's feeding out to right now. And that's what we're looking at for the backlight for keyboard. Dim it down a couple because I don't like super bright keys, and let's bring our display back up. Turn the lights on before people start wondering what the hell he's doing in there. Alright, Mac keyboard checker, so be it. Alright, we can all see that, right? Correct? I don't know why that... What is... How do I don't know how to get it, because F11 does that shit. F12 does that. Oh, hold on. Yeah, speaker works. I'm hitting it to turn it down and up. It's just not showing up that it works, but I am definitely using F11 to turn the volume down. F10, mute, volume down, volume up. So it's working. I'm not going to hit that power button because it's not an eject button. Let's move our test up. Oh, I missed this row, sorry. Let's do that. That, and I think we have one more kind of sort of row. Thanks, ABG. I don't give a shit. I'm not the guy. You guys missing. up arrow, FN. I don't know how to get FN to work, but obviously it works because display brightness doesn't work unless we hit FN. So if no FN, you see we get no display brightness when I include one finger here. Here, we'll make it visible. When I include one press of that FN key with the orange finger thing, we get display brightness. So FN is working. Keyboard works, backlight works. Beyond that, keyboard works. Let's shut this guy's shit down and get out of here, man. The only thing I'm going to do is what I already did basically. I told him about, yeah, shut down, man. I told him about getting a better power adapter than this thing. And he was quite insulted because I guess wherever the place bought this for him charged him like $130 or $170 for this non-Apple power supply. I think it was $170 is what he got charged for a 45 watt live Impex. Let's look this thing up. I gotta see what, I have to see what somebody paid $170 for this hunk of shit. Maybe it's not, maybe it's great, you know, but how do I tell? Alright, so we're over here, I'm gonna hit F11 on that. We'll bring up a thing, 45 watt, oh, sorry, you guys can't see. Let's do this. 45 watt Impex. Is that what I called it? No, live Impex. Okay, so oh, what is that? Where the hell do you even? Sure. Let's look up the model number of this bastard while we're here. ADP 45 watt T2. ADP 45 watt T2. Let's pull up another goggle. We're just glassing some stuff, man. ADP 45 watt T2. This was a couple years ago, and I'm not going to say that MagSafe 2 power adapters are not expensive, but I don't think they were ever $170 or even $130 unless you were getting scammed. I don't know the quality of this. What do you do? What do we do? It doesn't have near the weight of the Apple adapter. So I did recommend him get one of those, but with that being that, I think we'll go back to civilian mode with the hat and end it, man. The disco check. Yeah, man, that's that. Yeah, I got a piece of paperwork to write up, but this dude can come get his computer tomorrow. He's getting charged for the keyboard repair. I'll let him know that it has every single screw in it that's meant to be in it. All the parts are in there as far as I could tell. And we should have a happy user. Pictures are safe. Cleaned the board somewhat as to not have, how do I want to say it? As to not have corrosion happening, like long term. So that's a good thing. finally, let's do this real quick on camera. And there we have it. We'll let that dry. And I think we can end things there if I'm not mistaken. I gotta turn my AC off. I gotta remember to do it when I leave, actually. Anyhow, thank you for hanging out, Phil. It's been awesome, amazing having somebody there. I'm gonna clean up and get the hell out of here for the night and head home. First, I got a piece of paperwork to do, but that shit's not exciting. Nobody wants to see that. Such a shame they dinged up the top of the palm rest, or above the keyboard with them screws that were there. And they were probably about 2.5 millimeters too long. What a fucking shame though, man, to run screws in that aren't even the right screw and too long and fucking dinge up somebody's computer. And think this is a few years back when this was more relevant. Like, get out of here with that shit, man. You know? Get out of here with that shit. Try not and dump all this Windex down in. Man, that's just fucked. Right? Right around that. Keys work, the backlight works, computer works. Case closed. Let's clean the top of this and put that ugly punkin thing back on there. If this stuff will even wipe off. It should for the most part. But when you use a case long term like that, it utterly destroys this aluminum finish. It'll like mar the surface of it. But you know what? To each their own. I'm not going to tell somebody what case they should or shouldn't use. I just don't like them for aluminum products. I guess it's on there. It's kind of, sort of, to an extent. All right. Anyhow, have a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, them screws, they're not even close, man. You're right. Dude, thank you for hanging out. Thanks a million. You know, seriously, like much love for coming and hanging out for the duration of that right there, that mess. That hot mess on the counter you see. Not that one. Well, that's one too, but that one's mine. I mean that one there. And this shit here. Much love for hanging out, man. Everybody else that was here too, don't feel left out. Some people were just savages with what they're doing. And I will catch everybody next time I do a live stream. I hope to get a video uploaded soon. I've been insanely busy, so editing has not been on the forefront, but I'm trying to get into doing some of it. So I'll get something up soon. Wow, I doubled my Windex bottles. How the hell did I do that? Awesome. Don't forget, you could be the proud owner of this hybrid spacebar Mac keyboard. 100% new, never been used. 3 easy payments of $1999.99. Just let me know. Reach out through social media if you want to own this legend of a keyboard. Good night. We'll see you next time. Oh, adios, people. Adios.